navigating the chamber. So just a heads up, right? If you see me asking for sort of like difficult terrain or dexterity checks or things like that, that's why. But yeah, so it looks like folks are maybe backing off. I see Ulfgar isn't necessarily logged in, so I'll go ahead and back you off since you said you wanted to do that. All right, so you guys. However, I'll say what you hear reverberating through the icy cavern. It's a very short cavern entrance there, to where you guys have just backed off, and you still hear the hissing of this draconic creature, just yards away from where you guys are.
So I think we're pretty sure that Aurariel is down to the south. So let's just try to head straight to her.
All right, there's
Maybe.
that other stairwell, right? So
Yeah.
Let's head that way.
We don't want to just try to talk our way through this guy. I mean, everyone else we've encountered in here has been reasonable, level-headed. No one's directly attacked us.
Well, I guess it didn't seem like it was a talker, but
It gave a good hiss.
Maybe
I
more.
think from our experience, dragons tend to be relatively intelligent creatures, right? They tend to be people who can be negotiated with.
You go talk to it.
Well, I wouldn't say I should be the one.
We'll stand back here.
Someone a little bit more charismatic.
I'm willing to talk with the dragon, I suppose. Is this? I guess. Why were we going down that way in the first place? I kind of forget.
We're just trying to get to the lady with the staff.
Well, I think she may be down this stairwell over here. They said she was down in the lower levels.
True.
If we just want to take the back off and go a different direction, that's okay with me. There's no guarantee that there's not something scary on the other end,
It's true. Tell you what, why don't we return here later, afterwards, or if we want to.
Fair enough.
Okay, we'll come by later. Eulogy pretends to shout, but does not actually shout.
Okay. So it sounds like I see Shibello. He's still sort of perched up on his broom. He begins to fly across the chamber there with his giant wasp in tow, while Anaji and Virgil and Ulfgar and Sagan sort of tiptoe, and I'll assume you guys are sort of taking your time traversing the ice here. And as you go, I need Eulogy and Oliander to give me a perception check.
God damn it! Did it come through? It did not come through. All right. Every time, gotta click this shit. Every time, clickety click click.
All right. I see Eulogy. You got a 19.
All right.
Okay. Oleander with a 22. All right. So as you guys are walking, sort of I guess Eulogy is sort of trying to walk his way across the ice. Oleander, his wings fluttering rapidly behind him. Both of you sort of simultaneously notice, coiled up amidst the ice crystals immediately to your right is a mass, a mass of icy matter that is vaguely humanoid in its sort of form. It's almost and the vague humanoid kind of shape is only discernible from a pair of kind of stocky and stubby arms coming off either side, as well as short but thick sort of icy leg appendages that seem to be coming down from the main mass.
Does Eulogy recognize what it is?
You can go ahead and roll a what would this be? An Arcana check, I guess, if you wanted to try to discern what you're looking at.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, you can try a medicine check. Alright, so 21.
Ooh.
So Oliander and Eulogy, as you guys sort of, look over, you both sort of acknowledge each other as having picked out this shape, and the best way that I can describe it is that it looks like a being completely encased. Is it encased, or is it itself made of the ice that constitutes its form? It's not obvious to you which it is, but Oliander, if you, from your medicine check, if this was a sort of normal humanoid, they, encased in ice like that, they certainly could not survive. And with an Arcana check, Eulogy, your sense is that this, seems to be no kind of normal beast or humanoid that you're sort of looking in on right now.
All right. Eulogy will back away, and he'll look up at Oleander, and he'll say, Oleander, is this some kind of magical ice beast?
I'm not too sure, but whatever it is, unless it's made of ice, it's definitely not alive anymore.
Oh.
So you hear the smooth voice of Aurariel pierce your minds once again, and it's preceded by a telepathic giggle. I see you finally noticed my statues. What do you think?
Oh, they are very beautiful and a little bit macabre, but I like that. Who created them?
Of course, I did. They came to this mountain much like you did, and they found the cold embrace of the cold crone.
I see. And what is it that earned them such a beautiful existence in their death?
A very similar hubris to what Anaji has demonstrated here on the slopes of my mountain, thinking that he can come and make demands of Aurariel. No, you pretty one, and your friends, and yes, Anaji as well. You will join my collection. Come.
Oh.
Come. Visit me now. And
Great. Sounds
voice, good. Her voice sort of fades out as she speaks that last sentence.
Is this for everybody to hear it, or just Eulogy?
Oh no, all of you hear it.
Was it in... It's like telepathic, right, in our heads?
Yep.
Alright, Eulogy will look around and I'll say, did everyone else hear that rather artistic threat towards us?
Yeah, do we think it's too late to like make some sort of trade for the staff if we've been a little pushy up to this point, I guess?
I feel like we were pretty as nice as we could be about it. Outside of professing our loyalty to her, which... Well, Gazra and Desna are already fighting over me, so... I can't add another goddess.
You are a hot commodity, very true. I do wonder, not to... And Eulogy will be a little quieter and he'll take a step closer to Shibello. Not to doubt your Loxodon friend, Anaji, but... I mean, do we know if he's in the right in this situation? It seems like he may be harboring secrets.
He was created by Gaza just like me, so I trust him.
Okay, alright. Okay. Anaji! And Eulogy will turn back and more loudly address Anaji and be like, Anaji, what? Why are things so tense with you and Hariel right now?
Hariel is a fickle being, if I've ever met one. Her whims are like the ever-changing winds of a blizzard. She's correct that I made a mistake. That mistake was coming to this mountain thinking that I had any reasonable chance of enlisting her assistance. Her assistance in pushing back the ill tides that have left the ley lines of the Verdurn Forest disrupted.
As he says this, Shibello kind of like to Eulogy's like gesturing like, see? He seems right.
Alright.
I feel like we haven't tried explaining the ley line issue angle. Maybe we can give that a try.
Oh my
to
friend, I have tried this. I have tried this, and that was the purpose of my last journey to this mountain. She was not welcoming to my request for her assistance.
Did she give some sort of other conditions that would elicit a more positive response, or was she just being stubborn?
This is a good question you ask, Virgil. Yes, she did offer me terms that seemed quite unacceptable. Those being to turn over to her 3 living souls to join her menagerie of trophies. And Anaji looks over in the direction of the ice crystals with the sort of humanoid-shaped figure encased in ice in their midst. So, yes, I suppose I was none too eager to acquiesce to her demands. But being displeased with my refusal, she seized my staff. So we find ourselves here now.
I see.
Why didn't she turn you into one of the statues?
Because I flew from this place the instant she turned her ire against me. But with strong allies like yourselves, I make a return.
So how exactly do you like our odds if it comes down to a confrontation?
Well, I saw how well you all handled yourselves on Aurariel's doorstep. I don't know the full measure of her fury, but we have some fury of our own to give, I believe.
And if not, then I guess there's going to be 7 more dead body sculptures. So that'll show her. I'm going to pose in a really shitty way, and she'll be like, "Ah, gosh, what a terrible statue this turned out to be." That'll show her.
If you are not willing to descend into Aurariel's sanctum, I will not hold it against you. But I will be of little assistance in your endeavors if I don't have my staff.
Well, does anybody object to retrieving the staff?
No.
Shibello says, "I've got your back no matter what, Tanaji."
Thank you.
Eulogy says, "I've got your back with very specific moral requirements to maintain that backing, but so far you are sufficing in meeting them."
Okay. Ulfgar and Sagan, could I get a perception check from the two of you?
Yes.
My wife has me checking events. Can you roll mine for me, please?
I'll be right back.
Second to load up your character sheet.
Wait, hold on. It didn't roll on Boundary. I'm not sure why.
Alright. Did it show up in the game log? Let's see. I see your
Yeah.
perception check in the game log, Sagan.
Cool.
And it looks like Ulfgar got a 9, Sagan got a 22. Okay, so Sagan, you hear a crack. What sounds like a crack of ice, a cracking of ice, and it's very faint. It's very faint, but you can't help but notice it. And as you turn your head around, you try to pick out its source, but being in this cavern, the sounds of sort of your friend's footsteps sort of shuffling across the ice, and the sound of the wasps' buzzing wings, and the voices of conversation. It's really tough for you to pick out exactly where it's coming from. But you definitely hear a cracking of ice.
Okay. Hey guys, do you hear that ice cracking?
When he says that, I look down.
Yeah, so Sagan gets your attention, and eyes start scanning around to see what might be the source or what he might be referring to, and you all look down. Virgil looks down. It seems like the ice at your feet is stable enough. You don't notice any visible signs of cracking, like you might expect, I guess, given the prompt.
Look up.
All right. Yeah, Eulogy. You look up, and by virtue of having been called out by Sagan, I'm assuming that you're looking over in that direction. and you see kind of nestled up against the wall of the chamber, a glowing crystal that seems to splinter as you look over in its direction.
Oh, look! There! And I gesture accordingly.
Which direction? Is it the one to the east of us?
Yeah, the one, the set just to sort of Virgil and Sagan's, I guess right or left, depending on which way they're looking, but to the west of where Virgil and Sagan are standing.
Like these?
Let's keep moving. Let's keep moving away from the cracking crystals. Shibello's just gonna start flying south.
Sagan breaks into a respectable jog.
Respectable jog. All right, I need a dexterity saving throw from you, Sagan.
Oh, crap.
Eulogy lingers to try to help people.
I love these dice, by the way. Okay, so Sagan, yeah, you try to get off to a jogging sort of start, and you definitely falter and kind of like slip down to your knees before being able to sort of pick yourself back up.
No.
But otherwise, you guys are certainly able to continue moving if you'd like. Shibello, your wasp is just going to stay on your tail. Anaji is going to make his way as well to follow after you all. And so Oliander, where you kind of fly over with Shibello close behind to this path here to the southwest, you feel a billowing wind coming up the cavern, sort of billowing out into your direction. It's very cold. All right, so what do you guys do?
Continue moving down the stairs.
Yeah.
I think I'm lagging. I can't move my token, but it'll probably catch up. But I'm walking. I'm with Sagan, trying to make sure it doesn't slip.
All right.
Sagan appreciates the help and the watchful eye of Eulogy.
You got it, buddy. By the way, just so you know, we have like a policy where if it ever comes down to like having to sacrifice people, it's a little bit of a seniority hierarchy.
Yeah, I don't have a problem killing that wasp. I'm cool with that.
Yeah, I know that wasp is great. That's great. That's the first one.
All right. So
and then obviously Anaji for pulling us into this mess.
Naturally.
So really quick, but before you guys keep going, I want to point out a creature that you all sort of walk right by, and it's unmistakably Oliander. You might be the first to notice it. It's perched up on the ice crystals just to the south of where Sagan happens to be passing by, and it's one of those small, almost impish looking white icy winged creatures, and it's just perched up on that ice crystal, maybe 10 or 12 feet up from the floor where the ice crystal juts out from the wall, and it just seems to be watching you all as you descend the stairs, ostensibly toward your quarry. And so it looks like you all are going to go ahead and keep going. Otherwise, please describe your actions as you move forward.
Just moving downtown.
And Sagan, you can click on the little stair icon, and it'll take you to a new place.
Thank you. Oh.
Magic.
Magic man.
Sagan is stunned by this new lair as he climbs the stairs.
All right. So yeah, you guys do descend the stairs, and you see, if you look down into the center of the stairs as they spiral, it goes down for some way. It's not sort of clear. You can't quite see the bottom of this area that descends down into the depths of the mountainside. But what you do see is the glow, a sort of faint light blue, almost white glow that emanates from that unfathomable depth of this this crevasse in the center of the staircase. And Shibello, I think you would be the first to see kind of out into the chamber beyond as you're descending the stairs. So you guys can feel free to continue descending. A massive cavern that opens up at the base of these stairs. And so you guys have descended down a few spirals here, and once you finally alight on the landing here, you see the landing kind of opens up onto a high ledge, and you can see out over the ledge where it sort of drops off, and beyond that ledge there is a massive crystal in the center of this chamber. All around its base are lichen, sort of frigid, almost mushroom-looking, moldy-looking growths all around its base, and the air that you all felt sort of billowing up out of the staircase when you first started descending is frigid, unlike anything you've felt before. Even in, like we talked about, in the peaks of the Five Kings Mountains, this cold hits your bones. And in the center of this chamber beyond, where that massive ice crystal is, you see lodged in the ice of its formation a trident. It's three forked head jabbed into the massive ice crystal that occupies the center of this chamber. And yeah, you feel the swirling, billowing, cold air all around you.
Ulfgar will look at Naji, and as he spots the trident, and he'll just say, "Is that what we're looking for?" in sort of a hushed tone.
Aye, my staff.
Let's just go grab it then and leave.
Yes, I suppose that's all we should do. If only we could do it.
It's frozen in the middle of the ice, right?
It's not frozen in the middle of the ice, but it's like I mentioned, it's a trident, and the head of the trident, the three-pronged head, is sort of jammed into the ice formation. So
how far away is it?
What's that?
How far away is it?
How far away is it? It is, about 100 feet away. I can actually just draw where it is on the map here. Let's see if it's not showing up. So it is kind of lodged in the base here. And so yeah, you guys sort of look down and you feel this billowing wind as you stand there. I think Oliander, Sagan, and I think it's just the two of you who don't have cold weather clothes. Please make a Constitution saving throw. Okay. So Sagan, I see that you got a 5, and Oliander, you got a 3. All right, so you guys feel, as you're standing in the base of this chamber, you feel the tips of your fingers and your toes and your nose. You're losing feeling in sort of your outer extremities.
Wait, one note. I think I gave a set of warm clothes to Sagan because I have my ring of warmth. But I don't have.
Yeah, actually, I think you're right about that. So Sagan, then you, I think, would automatically pass for now.
All right. So wait, real quick. So in D&D Beyond, do I just need to add equipment? Just put warm clothes.
Yeah, you should be able to
yes,
search.
I think they're called
clothes,
cold weather clothes.
Yeah, I think.
But yeah,
Clothing,
they're
cold
a thing.
weather.
Yep.
Yeah, clothing, cold weather.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Cool.
There you go.
Sorry, guys.
No problem.
Sagan, I know it's not fashionable, but you really have to wear this unless you get a ring like me, and then you can stay sexy. Okay?
Okay. All right. Thank you. I understand.
All right. So
Beauty is pain.
so it sounds like Oleander's the only one then who feels kind of this this deepening cold in his extremities for the time being. As you all linger in the stairwell there.
All right, let's move forward.
Quick question, Bruce.
Mm-hmm.
Or God, I should say. As we've been walking through, I see sort of the image of snowfall. Have we hit any point in which there's more snow than ice, so I have a little bit more traction on the ground, or am I still sort of shuffling?
That's a great question. There is kind of a gentle snowfall that is sort of dusting around this chamber and billowing around with the wind, but it doesn't seem to be collecting in any meaningful sort of drifts that might give you more traction on the icy ground. It's still quite icy.
A dwarf could hope.
Yeah, no.
Hello. All right. And yeah, I guess we're moving. Slowly.
All right, so Najee comes in. Your wasp is still following you. And so... Sorry, go ahead.
Is the ceiling?
How high is the ceiling? So the ceiling is about 70... Well, from where you guys are standing right now, it's not quite that high. It's about 60 feet. It's about 60 feet high, and immediately where you guys have sort of walked out into the chamber, there is you see that the ledge runs around and to the left, and this ledge directly in front of you, there's a ramp that runs down to the sort of cavern floor, about 20 feet below, if you had to reckon. But there is this sort of ridge that runs around the exterior of the chamber that you guys are kind of up on, right? It's about a 20-foot ridge, 20-foot high ridge. So from where you guys are now to the ceiling is about 60 feet. If you were down on the on the ground floor, it might be closer to 80, 90 feet.
All right, just gonna flap a little higher. Look up the room.
All right. So I think, Virgil, you round that corner first, the corner from where you guys just came in, and as you're sort of scanning the room, you see standing on the ridge to the south is a tall female figure encased in ice, just the same that you saw in the cave mouth up above. She's got sort of these beady, cold blue lights burning within her, where her eyes would be, and there's this this light mist that seems to form around her, and there's sort of blades of ice growing out of her body at odd angles. And you sort of catch sight of this being as it seems to step down another ramp there on the south side, and she's sort of walking down this steep icy ramp effortlessly. And as you guys round the corner, I see Shibello rounds the corner as well. She turns her gaze in your direction, and once again in your minds you hear, "Ah, so you tarry not any longer. Welcome to the icy heart of the world, the very center of the everlasting blizzard that will engulf the whole face of this world. Welcome.
Rebel just says to, like, in a low voice to the rest of the group, a little grandiose.
All right, and I will say, Virgil, give me a perception check. Ooh, good roll. Nice. So Virgil, you notice two things. You notice that as this figure steps down that ramp, you look sort of behind where she just seemed to come from, and there does seem to be an opening along that ridge as it winds its way around the south side of this massive cavern. There does seem to be an opening in that south wall from the direction where she seems to have come. So wanted to point that out. You also, and Shibello and Sagan, you two would notice this as well, that massive ice crystal, it seems to be ever so gently pulsating its light. And seeing that pulsating light and sort of if you were to turn around and look at this icy, female figure, you might notice that there's a synchronized pulsing that seems to emanate from a point in her upper chest. All right. So what do you guys do?
Move on forward.
Let's say nothing and Anaji, go grab your trident.
That's right. She seems to be making her way down there. Right. Stay close behind.
I will be behind.
So Anaji starts himself to descend, and he's gonna roll a quick check, an acrobatics check, to see if he stays on his feet as he descends this icy ramp. And he does, fortunately. He does. And he sort of walks his way around. As he goes, yes, the tall, poised figure descends down this icy ramp on the south side, and seems to be sort of patiently regarding all of you as you sort of peek your way around that ridge. So, Anaji makes his return to my sanctum. Tell me, Anaji, do your friends come as your penance? Do they come as your offering?
Which ones among them do you lay as tribute before me? Arariel, you know as well as I do that none of these souls have entered your sanctum with any intention of sacrificing themselves to your vainglorious altar. Vainglorious. Vainglory, is it? I will give them one chance. 3 of your number will enter my service this very day, this very night, or you will all perish here in my sanctum.
Is there nothing else we might offer you other than servitude? Perhaps a trade of some kind?
What is it that you would offer? Flaming heart of Regathiel.
I'm not sure what to offer. Other than souls, what else do you want? What else would it cost us to get that trident back?
I have named my price. It is the price. 3 of your number. So what will it be? Who among you lays your life at the feet of Iriwiel?
So while she's talking,
Yep.
doing nothing because I get to do that, Shibello's gonna start using his God-given telekinetic ability to start pulling on the trident.
Okay. All right.
Ooh.
So by what mechanism are you doing that? Are you using your telekinetic shove, or are you doing your invisible mage hand?
My invisible mage hand.
Okay.
So I literally don't have, I do nothing, I don't move, it just kind of starts happening.
Yep. Did you? Is it wisdom, your skill or your ability that you chose for that?
Yeah.
Okay. So go ahead and roll a wisdom check.
Wisdom check. Come on, Gazra, have my back. Alright, that's not bad. So it could be worse.
That is not bad. All right. So let's see. So you reach out with your mind at the base of the staff, and you seek to wrap your mind's fingers around its hilt, and you give it a tug with your with a squint of your right eye. You give it a tug, and everyone in the chamber would hear a cracking of ice as the trident is sort of lurched against the icy formation that it's lodged into, but it does not come free. And so everyone notices this. It would not be difficult in the mostly silent chamber at the moment, and you see the head of the ice goddess before you turn in the direction of the trident, and all of you feel a pulsing in your mind. She's searching for something. It's obvious. What do you do? And that goes for anyone.
we like feel her searching, pulsing in our mind. Is that what you said?
Yes.
Shibello would stop concentrating on the spell for the moment while she's pulsing in his mind.
Yep.
Well, it's not really a spell, but kind of is. But yeah.
Yeah. It's a spell effect. Sure. Yeah. So you stop concentrating on it. All right.
Your dream of an eternal winter and your desire to have the people of Taldor bow down to you is a bit too grandiose a goal for one such as you. And perhaps it's time to put you in your place and cut you down.
All right. So
I guess.
her neck. You hear the cracking of ice crystals as her head looks up in the direction of Virgil, sort of talking down at her from the 20-foot high ridge up above. Oliander, was there something you wanted to do?
Oliander is going to just quietly turn off his lantern.
He's going to turn off his lantern. All right. So let me go ahead and hit that for you.
I guess the only thing Shibello would say is if he stops feeling her in his mind, he would go for the mage hand, like the telekinetic mage hand again.
Okay, yeah. It's not sort of a sustained thing that you feel from her. So yeah, it subsides, and it sounds like you're gonna.
So then, when she turned her attention to Virgil talking, like he'll kind of use that as again to pull on the trident.
All right. So go ahead and give another wisdom check, and so Virgil, so you speak these very defiant words down at the ice goddess below, and she she has this formless, a semi-formless look on her face, where you just see the cold blue lights in of her eyes. But not much else of her of a face, and she looks up at you, and you hear again in all of your minds. You hear,
"Yes, flame-hearted Crimson Templar, your defiance is so sweet to me. I will show Regathiel what happens to his subjects when they tread too lightly in my path."
And she lifts her left arm up in Virgil's direction. We're going to go ahead and roll initiative there. So go ahead and...
Quick.
Yeah.
Just a question. Is she walking or is she, like, floating?
She is firmly, her feet planted on the icy surface.
Okay.
Do I get to shoot off my bless?
You had it. Yeah. I'll let you do that.
Dope. Okay. So Eulogy is gonna start strumming on that bass lute and play some big, heavy, dulcimer toned sound and shit. And as he does so, he will say, "Sorry, Sagan, nothing personal. You're just too far away." And he will cast Bless, targeting himself, Ulfgar, Shibello, because he's up in the air, Oliander, and Virgil for a 3rd level Bless.
All right. So you said who? Oleander, Virgil, and Ulfgar?
Oleander, Virgil, Ulfgar, myself, and Shibello for a 3rd level Bless.
Because you leveled it up.
What?
Got it.
What do the extra levels of Bless do?
Increase targets. It's 3 targets at 1st level.
And Bless is one use, or is it a duration again?
It's
use it every
all
time.
attack and saving throws.
Okay.
All right.
Cool.
And Oleander, are you concentrating on anything right now, Oleander? Okay, so I think that was for the fairy fire that you had before. So I'll go ahead and drop that. Boop. All right. So with the Eulogy sort of on guard as he he's able to sort of get off at the first sign of something going wrong. He gets off his bless, I still need initiative rolls from Oleander and from Sagan, it looks like.
I rolled. I had 19.
Oh, 19. Okay. So I just need to edit the thing here. Yeah, that's 7. That's not the best. All right, Sagan, I got you updated to a 19. All right, so, but at the top of the round is the goddess Arariel herself, and she reaches up her hand in, like as I mentioned, in Virgil's direction, and as she does, Virgil, you hear the rippling of ice and the cold air billowing around you intensifies very rapidly, and what you see is down below in front of where Arariel has extended her hand, the cold billowing winds in the chamber seem to concentrate and conglomerate into a gem-sized crystal that hovers in that space where she has her arm outstretched. I need you to make a charisma saving throw, Virgil.
Ooh, he's good at those.
Plus, if you'd like to use it. Alright, so with I see a 12 plus a 2 from the bless, and so with a total of 14 on the charisma saving throw, Virgil, you don't succeed. And what you all see is your friend, that sort of cold billowing air and crackling of ice that around where Virgil stands seems to intensify rapidly, and this sort of swirling gust or tempest of icy blizzard-like wind swirls up all around him, and he vanishes. In front of the Brittle Maiden, Arariel, that gem-sized ice crystal hovering in the air in front of her, the keen eyes of Oleander and Shibello would be able to pick out, as they look down, Virgil's visage reflecting on the interior of the ice crystal.
Well, shit.
Virgil, you find yourself in a place that you do not. You're essentially. You are standing on the inside of what just seems like an encasement of ice. You have no bearing of where or when or where you might be. All right, so that is going to be her turn. And as she does this, she looks down at the rest of you all and says, "Well, that's one.
Ooh.
Who else will offer themselves?"
All right, and that'll finish her turn. At the end of her turn, she is going to actually take a lair action to teleport herself to the top of this ice crystal in the center of the room. And so this ice crystal, I guess I didn't describe distinctly how tall it is, but it shoots up maybe 30 feet from the center of the cavern floor. The trident is lodged into the base down below. So she is just slight. She like teleports and reappears on one of the outcroppings of this ice crystal up above, standing in a poised manner, looking down at all of you. And that's gonna pass the turn to Sagan.
Ooh. Did you, sorry, give me a sec.
So she's 30 feet above the ground floor.
She is. I'll give a 30 feet elevation here. So.
Okay, cool.
So how far can my character walk in action?
Right now, because you're in difficult terrain, your movement is halved. So I think your normal movement speed is 30, which means that you can move 15 feet.
Okay.
And need to make an acrobatics check when you attempt to do so.
Okay. Oh my.
And just as a heads up, Virgil, you'll be on deck. Shibello shortly thereafter.
Okay. Sagan is going to cast a magic missile.
Okay. All right. Magic missile it is.
It's okay.
Right. So cast at 3rd level, you get. How many do you get at 3rd level with magic missile?
Hold on. One more dot. Oh, so I get to actually cast it 2 more times. Technically, I guess it's
Weird.
Yeah, I think you get more than that if you're casting at 3rd level.
Weird
yeah.
that
So it'd be
did
2
it like
more
that.
of them.
Yeah. So.
5?
Yeah, create 1 more dart. So you should get a total of. So you get 3 with level 1, and because you're casting it at level 3, you get a total of 5. So go ahead and roll 4 more times.
Okay. What's that?
All right.
Okay.
44. So 9 plus. Oh yeah.
Aren't those
so
all
it's 44
plus ones?
4. Yeah. So that's going to be 9 plus 4 is 13. Plus the 2 puts us at 15 points of damage. All right. And those are automatic hits.
Whoa.
That you so Sagan, seeing this, these events unfolding, he turns and holds up his staff, and billowing forth as a torrent of glowing darts of magical energy, and all 5 of these blasts streak across the chamber into the ice goddess perched up above. And she winces.
So you're next, then.
Anything else on Sagan's turn?
Sagan will sit back and enjoy the show.
Enjoy the show. All right. So at the end of his turn, Anaji is going to go. And Anaji is going to look around. Actually, Shibello, you said that you were going to give another tug on the trident, and we never resolved that. So I want to see how that played out. You had given, let's see, another wisdom check of 10. So your second wisdom check that you gave just before things started popping off, you try it again. The trident again kind of, you see it lurch ever so slightly, but it does not come free. So Anaji looks over at the staff. He seems to have noticed the sort of jostling of the staff in the ice crystal as well, and he looks over at the gem encasing Virgil. He looks over up at the ice goddess up above, and he turns up his gaze to Shibello overhead, and he says,
Shibello! Fire her!
And then Anaji is going to kind of turn and lurch in the direction of the ice crystal, currently, presumably, hanging in midair there with Virgil inside.
Where is that?
Yes, let me put it on the map. floating in the air right there.
Crystal.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, that sort of icy crystal gem. And so Anaji runs in that direction, and he goes to try and he holds out his palm, and he produces a flame in his palm. And with that, he starts to, almost like he's trying to melt this crystal in front of him, and the cold, the Brittle Maiden looming over all of you seems to turn her gaze down to this, and she says, Yes, try and see if your pitiful flame is enough to free your friend of my cold embrace. And so Anaji, he quickly realizes that this is going nowhere, and he turns in the direction of the cold being looming overhead, and he's going to take that flame that he had conjured in his hand, and he's going to turn and... Well, if he can't benefit from it, why don't you take it? And he lets loose this gout of flame from his outstretched hand. It billows forth and sort of writhes up. Its flames licking up at the base of the of where the ice goddess stands. And she's going to get a quick saving throw, which she succeeds, taking half damage. Which in this case, because she's vulnerable to fire, is actually full damage.
Yes.
All right. Oops. All right, so that will be Anaji's turn, and that'll turn it over to Virgil. Virgil, like I said, you find yourself encased in a spherical room, as far as you can tell, made entirely of ice. What do you want to do?
I don't know. Do I see entryways or of any kind?
No, it is a solid sphere of ice that you find yourself contained within. And as you look around to sort of assess your situation, you feel the intense cold, even through your cold weather clothes. Finely crafted by the dwarves of High Helm, where you purchased them. The cold seeps in. You take 32 points of cold damage.
Ooh.
Is there anything Virgil would like to attempt or do while he's finds himself in this crystal? If not,
I'll shoot the wall with my Eldritch Blast.
all right. So with a look of defiance that sort of comes over Virgil's face, he begins to let loose his bright orange flame-like Eldritch Blast against this crystal. And Virgil, you feel a sense of defiance welling up in your spirit. Go ahead and make another charisma saving throw.
You can do it. Oh my god.
All right.
Bless. I don't know if it matters, but bless.
You do still have
Bless.
benefits of bless.
Oh yeah.
So with a 12, unfortunately, that does not succeed. But that's going to end your turn. Shibello, 20 feet up, is suspended on his broom in the air, with your wasp at your back. I should adjust its elevation. Your wasp at your back. What do you do? Eulogy, you're on deck.
Shibello is going to use his bonus action to attempt to telekinetically shove, like pull the trident again.
Okay, so this time using your telekinetic shove.
Yeah. Do I need to roll something or?
Go ahead and give me a wisdom check with that, with advantage this time. As you call upon your oh, good rolls. All right. So this time, Shibello, when you pull hard with as much vigor as your mind can muster, and the trident it pulls partially free from the ice crystal. It is still half lodged into the ice crystal, but you've made progress to try to pull it free.
Alright, and Shibello's gonna then use his action to pull again with his telekinetic mage hand.
Alright. And I'll actually, if you want to go ahead and use your action on this one, I'll give you the benefit of your telekinetic shove still, so go ahead and roll again with advantage.
Alright. Come on, stupid trident. It's what we're here for. Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Ooh.
Oh yeah. Alright.
Baby.
Alright. Shibello, Bright Tusk, focusing he sees the progress that he made, and he focuses once again, sort of tunneling his whole attention in on the trident, and you see it lurch out once again, almost free. The hooked tips of the trident, the last things holding it within the icy base of this massive formation. You can tell one more tug and this thing is out. All right.
He'll command his wasp just to, his usual attack my enemies and stuff. So, meaning to attack her, and then he's going to move. And that's going to be then his turn, just his movement.
All right. So at the end of your turn, Shibello, so the whole, everyone in the chamber would be able to hear the sounds as sort of, he's making the effort. Everybody would be able to hear the sounds of the trident being kind of yanked and pulled. And so you'd be able to see, I think everybody has line of sight on the fact that this trident is like on the verge of coming free. That'll turn the turn over to your wasp, which very dutifully follows your command, and it buzzes its way up to the Bitter Maiden, and it is going to attempt to sting her with its stinger.
Be a nuisance.
Yeah. So it flies up, and as it does, you see it try to slam its stinger butt into her large, icy, solid form, and she just shakes her head and smile. Well, I guess she wouldn't smile because she doesn't have a mouth really. But she, her stock still frigid visage looks down, as pitifully as it can on this creature that is trying to waylay her unsuccessfully. And that will be the wasp's turn. Eulogy, you're up. Oliander, you are on deck. Ulfgar after that.
All right. So Eulogy is gonna say to Ulfgar to his left, check this out. The acoustics in this room are gonna be great. And then he is going to pause sort of the bless playing that he was not dropping concentration, but in order to cast Shatter, and he's gonna just throw one really loud E note, and he's going to scream his little heart's content out in a pitch to try to match, and he's going to do this at the essentially trying to get at the base of this Aurorial's feet, and because he is also angry, he is going to do it at 4th level. Angered as he is by Virgil being caught in ice.
Right. And you know, wouldn't you know it, she has disadvantage on her own saving throw, as well as for the crystal itself. So let's see how that plays out. So, and it's a it's a Constitution DC, right?
Yeah, 16.
So she has disadvantage. Okay. DC 16. She fails or would fail. You see that she would fail, but she's gonna burn a legendary resistance.
Don't you just love those?
That's good. That's good stuff.
But the ice under her feet is not as formidable as she is, and so with your thunderous shatter that erupts in the chamber, this immense thunderous sound seeming to erupt out of nowhere, and any Anaji and Shibello being as close as they are to where you've cast it, the initial shockwave and the reverberating sounds in the cavern are enough to make them wince, even though they're not that caught up in the damage dealing effects, with just how loud this is. And you see that the crystal formation that Auroriel's standing on begin to crack and give way under her weight. All right. Anything else on Eulogy's turn?
Yes. So that's gonna be the first action, but then as a move action, Eulogy is going to grip the edges of the cloak of the bat, and he is, even if it carries some risk, he's basically going to try to jump as close as he can to the crystal sphere in which Virgil is encased, and he's going to say, "Regathiel, carry me there!" And he's going to jump.
All right. And so as you jump off of this 20-foot ledge, you extend out your cloak of the bat, and it doesn't billow like it normally does when you activate it magically. But let me check something.
Okay, curious.
So Eulogy, you tumble down from the ledge, and you land hard on the ice. The fall dealing 2d6s worth of damage to you. So I'm gonna go ahead and roll that. But those 2d6s of damage, which ends up being 4 points of damage, are instantly recuperated as you feel a flame in your heart.
Ooh.
And that flame feels like it hastens you, and you gain the benefits of a haste spell.
Oh shit. Eulogy hastily gives thanks to Regathiel, and then he yells out, Regathiel's flame is here to renovate. And then, so do I benefit starting right now, this turn?
Right now, yep. You've got the extra AC, the double speed, and the additional action.
Hell yeah. All right, cool. So Eulogy is gonna, I guess, use the remainder of the speed to get up. He's gonna like pop 2, real spry like, and then he is going to say, okay, I hope this works. I'm not that smart, but it's worth trying. He's gonna pull out his packet of Dust of Dryness, and he's gonna sprinkle a pinch over the ice sphere.
Okay.
Not certain what will happen.
Yeah, let me double check that. Dust of Dryness. So I'll look up the exact effect there. In the meantime, unless there's anything else you want to do on your turn, Eulogy, we can pass it over to Oliander.
Pass.
Oliander is going to fly over to pat on the back and say, you look like you can use a little extra muscle today. And cast a large.
Ooh, okay.
Okay, so Ulfgar becomes large. His weight is multiplied by 8. Double in size.
Large and in charge.
He adds an extra 1d4 to all his attacks.
I don't know if anybody else is having a hard time hearing Zach, but he sounds really far away. So I heard like the part about a large, but I'm not hearing all of the I heard like multiplies weight by 8, but then he said something about a D4 or something. I didn't hear that portion.
Yeah, same.
Add a d4 to all your damage.
Yeah, you add a D4 to all your damage, and you have I think you get advantage on strength checks and strength saving throws, and yeah, that's most of it. Yeah, you're now large. Yeah.
Yeah.
And in charge.
And in
Digging.
charge. Yeah.
And then Oliander will use the rest of the movement to kind of get himself in space. And he's going to kind of duck low on the cliffside and start like piling up a little bit of snow in front of him and use the bonus action to hide.
Bonus action hide. Okay. All right, a 3 plus 10. Man, your stealth is 10.
Oh,
Okay,
nice.
so 13. Probably not going to cut it, but we'll see. So, is it anything else on your turn? Or any further movement? You already moved. Okay. So at the end of Oleander's turn, with the ice beneath her feet kind of cracking and giving way, just after Oleander's turn, it really begins to fall away, and the Brittle Maiden's large form begins to sink with it, but she seems to maintaining poise, she seems to fall maybe a foot before she a flurry of icy mist billows up around her, and she disappears. And reappears back on the ice shelf to the south. Meanwhile, that sort of chunk of ice sloughs off the crystal formation and crashes down to the cavern, the icy cavern floor, right next to Anaji and Eulogy's feet. the trident itself nearly being buried in ice, but it is fortunately just off to the side and still visible. All right, so that's going to pass the turn to Ulfgar. Ulfgar, go for it.
Alrighty, feeling large and, as Shibello says, in charge, Ulfgar is going to grab hold of his dwarven thrower, and he is going to attempt to continue to move down this thing. I'm assuming there is a check involved with that, yes?
Yes, an acrobatics check.
Okay, and I'm allowed to move how far? I can only do 12.5 feet, right, without having to roll? Well, I guess I'm gonna have to do this anyways.
Yeah, you have to roll either way, but you can move half your speed because of the difficult terrain.
Okay. Alrighty, so it's an acrobatics check. Let's do this, boys.
Blessed.
Yeah, I'm betting D4.
Hey.
Hey, not
Yeah,
bad.
Ulfgar, yeah, you succeed on your acrobatics check and find your footing as you descend down the ramp.
Are you guys ready to see this massive amount of movement that Ulfgar's about to do?
Oh, hell yeah.
What? He got so far.
Oh my god.
Okay, and then with the remainder of his turn, he's going to go ahead and hurl his dwarven thrower at this crystalline ice structure.
Ooh, okay. Go ahead and make your attack roll. Okay. Well, a 14 is going to hit, so go ahead and roll damage. All right. I see. I don't think you said you were raging, so we're not going to add rage damage. But 16.
Yeah, my bad. I think that's still just on.
16 plus a D8
but I
for
also
the throw.
yes, I had the D8. Auto roll. Aha! My rage damage added back, baby.
Nice. Alright, so that I see a total of 18 points of damage. Bludgeoning damage.
Sure.
Alright. So Ulfgar, yeah, you and you all hear the clattering of his dwarven thrower's metallic head against the icy crystal formation, and you see just where these chunks of ice have started to fall, it slams into the crystal structure right there as well. And as it impacts, Ulfgar, I think with your hunch, you might then turn your gaze in the direction of Arariel herself, and when you do, you see that the moment that the sound of your hammer hitting the crystal in the center reverberates through the chamber, the towering and poised visage of this ice goddess seems to recoil slightly, and then she turns it back in the direction of where you have struck this formation of ice.
Okay. So as the dwarven thrower then is returning to his hands, Ulfgar will, with a slight grin on his face at this realization, sort of yell out to his companions, "The structure! The crystal structure! We need to damage it! It seems to hurt her!" And then he will hurl his dwarven thrower for his second attack.
So in your mind, Ulfgar, you hear, "Stop it! Stop it!"
Oh, hurl it anyways.
Defiant. Yes, a 21 hits. So just so you guys know, the ice crystal itself has an AC of 12. So you know, if you attempt to attack it.
I was about to insight check it to see what its AC was.
All right.
Oh wait, you have your D4 for being big.
Yeah, you get to add your extra D4 for damage.
Yeah.
Yep. And you can actually retroactively add a D4 for the previous attack too, which it seems like you did. Awesome. So I see another 16 plus 6 is going to be 22, 27. All right, 27 points of damage. Did I do that math right? Yeah, 27.
Yeah.
All right. 27 points of damage as your hammer slams for a second time into the ice crystal. And yeah, so again, you hear in your mind, Ulfgar, stop that now.
And instead of listening to her, Ulfgar is going to action surge, and he's going to attack you again.
Just fucking Thor over here.
Yeah, go ahead and roll damage. Ooh, yes.
Nice.
Hey!
Oh man, max it
Oh,
out.
boy. Oh.
Now, am I going to get a 4? Am I going to get a 4? Or is that too much to ask? Am I tempted to go?
Hey, that is dope.
This is a
Torag on his side.
Oh my
absolute
goodness.
fatality.
Rumble of the gods. All right, let's see. So you got the D4. So that's a total of 18. What is that? 18 plus 6 is 26, or plus 8 is 26. Plus 4 is 30 points of damage. All right.
Going in for his 4th and final attack.
It's gonna hit yet again.
Do the D8 and the D4 get doubled as critical damage?
Yeah, anything that's
Any
rolled
dice,
gets
yeah,
gets
any
doubled.
dice gets doubled, yep.
So in this case, the D4 would also get doubled if I critted.
Yep. All right. So 14 plus 8 plus or plus a D8 plus a D4. Nice. Okay, so I see a total of 20 damage on your 4th strike. All right. So Ulfgar, after calling out his statement before, he just begins to his hammer mightily crashing into the formation there. Ulfgar, anything else on your turn?
Nope, that'll be it.
Okay. So at the end of Ulfgar's turn, you all see Aurariel turn towards that cave mouth behind her, and she speaks in a language that I don't think any of you understand, but it sounds kind of like it's almost like she's speaking in the sounds that ice makes when it brushes up against something, or when you put an ice cube in water and it sort of cracks, right? That's what her voice kind of sounds like. And
It's not a celestial, is it?
and then she turns back in the direction of, it's not celestial, yeah, no. She turns back in the direction of you all, and she sees where the dwarf stands hammering the crystal formation in the center of the room, and she once more caught up in a moat of cold air, she appears immediately next to Ulfgar. And then that'll pass to her turn.
Clash of Giants, baby.
All right. And when she
Did
arrives...
she?
Say that again?
Sorry, I was gonna ask. Was she like continuing to react, like every time he hit the stone
Oh, yeah.
or the crystal?
It was like she's like wincing, right? Right, and so she doesn't give any audible, sort of like oomphs or anything, but you all, anybody paying attention after Ulfgar's, sort of proclamation would have easily noticed that she was sort of wincing at every blow.
Okay, gotcha.
And so she appears immediately there next to you, Ulfgar, and you see that she says, "So you'll be the next offering, then?" And she holds out her hand, and you see once again the flurrying snowflakes in the billowing wind sort of all compressed together to form a second icy gem held out at the tips of her fingers. Ulfgar, I need you to make a charisma saving throw.
Yikes, I'm not good at these. Okay, here we go. No, okay.
Bless.
Bless, use your bless, boy.
Be blessed, Bargathiel.
Okay, all right.
Good.
All right, so I see you got a 17, Ulfgar. That is going to be a failure.
Oh,
That was a high DC.
And Ulfgar, as you sort of relentlessly hammer this ice formation away, and I guess I didn't mention, but that whole sort of left or western side of the ice crystal has basically been shattered, and there's ripples of cracks all running through that formation, but you hear the whirling of cold wind behind you, and you feel it against your back, and you turn defiantly in her direction before you see this icy gem that has been prepared for you. And then the next instant, you are inside of it. You look around, and you see nothing but a sphere of ice. And you, as far as your friends can see, you disappear.
Dope.
Alright. Not going
Alright.
great.
But that is going to consume her entire turn yet again. And so that will be the end of her turn. That'll pass it to Sagan. Sagan, what do you do?
Hold on a second. Yeah. So Sagan, now that old Auroriel has come within range, is going to take a deep, deep sigh and cast Suggestion.
ooh.
Okay, that's a bold play. That is a bold play.
Is it rolling?
You're gonna sway the mind of a god?
Demigod.
Yes.
Sure, demigod.
All right.
I like the bravado. You got moxie.
All right. So as part of your spell casting here, Sagan, you suggest a course of activity. So tell me, what course of activity do you suggest for Auroriel, the Brittle Maiden?
Ariel, you will free my companions from their crystal cages.
Ooh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I like it, Sagan. Let's see how this plays out. So she gets a what kind of saving throw? Wisdom?
Yeah, wisdom.
Wisdom saving throw, DC 14. All right. Well, let's see. Let's see how that goes.
Natural 0.
All right. So she listens to your entreaty and suggestion of what she ought to do, and her, you hear the scraping of ice on ice as she turns her head in your direction, and Sagan, you hear a response. No. And she follows that up with, "You think those tricks will work on me?" All right, Sagan, you still have a bonus action and a move action. What do you do?
Real quick, bonus action. What can I do in a bonus action?
You may not have any specific options. Let me see.
Some spells can be cast at
Some
bonus
spells.
action. Well, you wouldn't be able to do
So
that
it's
now.
just like
but-
pretty specific, and you kind of just gotta know if you have it or
Yeah.
not.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
It's like an exact thing.
Some of your abilities
So you do
can be.
You do have, well, I guess you wouldn't be able to use it this turn because it's another leveled spell. But just as a note, you have a spell called the Chardalon Stride, which is a bonus action spell. So maybe take a look
Okay.
at that one.
Yeah. That's good to know.
But because you've already cast a leveled spell this turn, unfortunately, you won't be able to cast a second leveled spell, even though it is a
Alright.
bonus action. So you do still have your move action, though.
Yeah. Sagan looks over at Auroriel and then looks over at the crystal structure and decides to just move in the general direction of the ice structure instead of being close to this
All right.
cold
You-
goddess.
Great. So give me an acrobatics check, and we'll see how much movement you're able to make. Good. So yeah, you scramble, and as you turn away, you feel your feet kind of not follow you immediately, but you learned your lesson upstairs and didn't get off to too quick a start, and you're able to move half your speed in whatever direction you would like. All right. So if that's the end of Sagan's turn, then that will pass the turn to someone else.
Perhaps an ice wraith.
Yes. All right. So Shibello,
My name.
you would hear coming from the south the sound of the blizzard-like winds in the chamber, or I guess the billowing winds, I should say, pick up to a blizzard-like level, and when you turn in that direction, you see a sort of billowing gust of snowflakes emerging from that cavern mouth to the south, and sort of riding up over the edge of the ridge there. You see two. They're almost like ethereal white snakes, right? They have a form, almost transparent and emanating a faint frosty glow, and the pair of them seem to swirl almost in a careful orchestrated unison as they streak out rapidly from the cavern mouth to the south there. All right. So and then Anaji on his turn, he is going to.
You're gone.
Say
Am I
again?
gone?
What's that, Matt? Shibello.
What's that?
Shibello!
They're to the south. You should be able to see them. If you want to chime in, you can. But Anaji on his turn.
So
is gonna-
were you talking to me?
It sounded like you had said something. Yeah.
I had cut out, like my audio cut out, so that's why I wasn't sure. I heard the swirling things, and that was kind of it.
Yeah, they're like two transparent, mostly transparent, white, wispy, like snake-like beings swirling out from the cave mouth, almost sort of like wrapping around each other in a sort of like the eels from The Little Mermaid, kind of how those two swim, right? These creatures emerge out and they're sort of swimming through the air rapidly out from the southern cavern. So that's what you see there. that'll pass to Anaji. Anaji turns to Eulogy and says,
We must alight from here soon.
Yep. Heard a rumor about your staff being like right there.
Yeah, he turns in the direction and that you gesture, and he said, and he turns back to you and he gives a nod. He says,
Yes.
and turns to sprint over in that direction, and he's going to need to make a quick acrobatics check. Unfortunately, please don't F this up, Naji. He does not F it up. He passes. Great. So he scrambles across the ice, and you know, with the chunks of ice that have fallen there around him, he sort of clambers a little bit over them, and he grasps the hilt of the trident, the staff, and he hefts it with a strength check. I'll give it an athletics. Actually, I'll do a strength check. Attributes, strength. All right, ability check. Let's see. All right, so Anaji pulls free his trident from the icy formation there, and with it in his hands.
Do some shit.
Yeah, when with the staff in his hands, you see him kind of grip it like a baseball batter getting ready for the next pitch, and he stands back up and turns in the direction of he turns in the direction of Eulogy, and he levels his staff toward the icy gem hovering in the air in front of you, and he is going to cast a spell, and that spell is Enhance Ability. And so he is going to oh no, he needs to be in touch range. Okay, so he's not going to do that because he needs to be in touch range. My bad. But what he is going to do is he's going to empower you, Virgil. And so his empower works similarly to bless. It is a D6 that you get to add onto any ability check, attack roll, or saving throw. So he's going to use that on Virgil within the ice crystal, and he's going to do that, and then he's going to turn in the direction of Arariel. He's going to turn in the direction of those billowing snake-like spirit creatures coming from the south, and he's gonna look up at Shibello and he's gonna say,
Shibello, can you waylay them?
I'll do my best.
Your best.
We have your staff.
Good enough.
But we gotta. We have your staff, but we gotta free my friends.
Yes, I'm working on it. Hold them at bay.
All right. So that's going to be the end of his turn. At the end of his turn is when Arariel is going to take yet another legendary action, and she's going to look out at Sagan scrambling away from her, and she with a look over, briefly in the direction of Anaji and Shibello. She then turns back toward Sagan, and from an outstretched hand, you see these darts of ice form from her outstretched palm and shoot out at you, Sagan. 3 of them. The first one. What's your AC?
Hold on. AC. Wait, we're not finding AC. Sorry.
armor class? I think it's 14.
Yeah, 14. Yes.
14. All right. So you turn around in time to see this first ice dart just shoot out at you, and you get just enough traction on the icy floor to dodge the dart as it springs out in your direction. A second one shoots just in its wake, but you aren't able to get the footing on the second attempt. You take 6 points of damage. I think it's only 6 points of damage. Cheers to that. Terrible rolls on that one. And a third follows that one and hits again. So your first, you take 6 points of damage, of cold damage, and then the second time she hits, or the third time I should say, she hits you again. This time for 9 points of cold damage. All right.
Ow.
And so that's at the end of Anaji's turn that she does that. That'll pass the turn over to Virgil. Virgil, still encased in the ice, and feeling the cold wrapping its embrace around you. What do you do?
I use my Regathian longsword to continue carving away at the walls.
All right. So drawing your Regathian longsword and hammering away at the ice, you see chips of ice flying off as you batter this shell that you're contained within. You still feel the deep, brittle bite of the cold as you take.
Actually, can I use Portent?
You may use Portent, yes. What do you want?
Okay.
What do you want to use it on?
Him attacking this wall thing.
Him attacking the wall. Okay. Yeah. What do you want to change his roll to? Oh, I mean, he didn't really make. Well, I'll say he didn't really make a roll because he.
Oh.
It's sort of easy enough for him to hit it that he can't really miss.
I thought that was like him attacking the wall.
Yeah,
Sorry.
I mean it is, but I wasn't gonna make him roll because it's kind of impossible for him to miss, right?
Okay.
So if you want to save your portents.
I'll save it. I'll save it. But if the time comes,
yes,
I'm ready.
But Virgil, that cold feels like it's seeping ever more into your bones as you take another 17 points of cold damage. All right. At the end of your turn, even with the cold that seems to be making its way not only from your numbing hands and limbs, but up along your arms, and even as you hammer away at the ice, you feel your elbows begin to sort of slow up, and as you continue to batter away at the ice, go ahead and make another charisma saving throw. That burning fire in your heart persists even through this cold. So roll with advantage, and you do have the benefit of Bless and Anaji's Empower. So that's advantage and a D6 and a D4 on top of whatever you roll. Okay, let's go.
Yes,
D6
not
before.
here.
The Bless is better, just so we know that.
All right. So 24 plus 5, a 29. Guess what? That's gonna get you out. And so Virgil, you to your senses, you're just chipping away ferociously with your sword, pushing through all this relentless cold. And Eulogy, before you, springs out from that ice crystal. It like shatters and sort of appearing in a magical torrent of cold wind that bursts out. Your friend Virgil, with his Regathian longsword in hand, its blade burning with a faint roiling fire,
Oh, the Virgil, the Duster Dried has worked, and you're here with Grathiel's dick. Yes, yes.
All right. So Virgil, that is at the end of your turn. That'll pass the turn to Shibello. Eulogy, you're on deck.
Alright, Shibello will say, we have the trident. We need to just get Ulfgar's crystal and try to get out of here. And then so these like wispy dudes over here.
Mm-hmm.
That's what they are. Are they like so they're coming out of the cave? Are they like on the ground or like what exactly is that?
They are flying up in the air. I should add an elevation for them here. They are 30 feet up from the base of the cavern. They're hovering, right? They're not bound to the earth. They're sort of flying around in the air and the wind like a pair of eels in water.
So they're flying around in the air. You said 30 feet. How far away are they from me? Probably should just ask you this beforehand. Oh, god damn it. Let's do this direction. They're 53. What is the range?
So what are you doing?
I was gonna do one thing, but then when I realized that they were hovering, that kind of nixed that plan.
Oh, okay.
So I'm sorry. I apologize deeply.
Kill them instead.
Alright. Alright, Shibello is going to just fly forward 30 feet, beckoning his wasp to him as well.
Okay.
To come attack these guys.
Okay. So you fly off at 30 feet in that direction. Anything else?
Yeah, sorry, he'll get a little closer there. I'm gonna cast a spell. I can't reach. Son of a bitch.
Does he slide? Oh wait, no, he's in there. Never mind.
Sorry, I'm wasting so much time, and I really apologize.
It's all good. Do you have an idea of what you want to do, or are you?
Yeah, I just need to get. How far did I move?
I think you moved. I think you moved 30 feet.
Where was I? Right here.
Yeah, you were about there. Oh, you've got 10 more feet.
Oh.
Right.
Then I will get closer. Taking him on himself. And then he'll kind of with his sickle in his hands, he'll almost put his hands together like in a Kamehameha as he rears back and then fires them forward as he shoots off in a cone of 30 feet, ghost fire.
Ghost fire.
And he's gonna trying to hold them off and everything. He's gonna upcast it to 4th level. So that's, what is that? Another d6 of force and a d6 of for each level. So it's 46 of force damage, 46 of fire damage.
Nice.
All right, and it's a cone, right? Yeah, 30-foot cone.
Yeah, 30-foot cone.
All right. Dexterity saving throws. All right. And yeah, you said you upcasted it to level 4. You said, right?
Yes, it did.
All right.
Oh my gosh, why is this going slow? That was only 2d6. Need another 66. I'm sorry, my it's going slow. Super slow.
Okay, buddy.
Did it come over?
It did, yes, it did. So I see the DC 17. Okay, so you Shibello, you ride up on your broomstick and you settle yourself before taking both of your hands and speaking the incantation for your spell as you lurch forward your cupped hands, and you feel a formless, colorless heat erupt forth from your hands as they shoot, as your cone of ghost fire shoots forth. And I just want to double check
And
to see if it works.
I'll say, as a reaction, I'm gonna give the one closer to me with my woe minus d6, which is a 6 on his saving throw.
The one closer to you. Okay. So you let loose your torrent of ghost fire, and you feel the intense heat of 14 points of damage.
There's there's a lot more than that.
Yeah,
It did not roll right.
That's only half. That's only half. Do you want to just roll it again?
Yeah. It should be 2 more times.
It adds 1d6 for each slot above second. So.
So yeah, so 1 more 2d6 of each.
Yep.
Yeah, got it. Got it. That's not great. That is bad.
That's not fantastic. Yeah. So I think 21 total points of damage, notably 3 of which is 3 plus 11, so 14 fire damage of that, and so you see this colorless heat energy erupt forth from you. I mean, you don't so much see it as you feel the heat, and you see the ripples of almost like the heat wave like ripples in the air in front of you, and you cast your spell. The creatures the creatures swimming through the air toward you, they sort of break apart from each other as your cone of ghost fire shoots out at them, and they sort of wheel around in a wide arc, seeming to be attempting to evade your spell. Anything else on Shibello's turn?
Did the one that I gave a minus d6 to still succeed?
They both succeeded, yeah.
With a minus d6 on a DC 17?
Yes.
That's impressive. Bonus action, activate my star form, and I'll shoot one of them.
All right, which one
in
are you
the
shooting?
Face. The same one that was closer to me.
All right, go for it.
23.
23 definitely is going to hit.
These things are dexterous little fuckers.
That they are.
But not that much. Oh yeah.
Oh, God.
A 1.
Okay.
Dealing so much damage.
So you do hit, and you deal 6 points of radiant damage to that slightly advanced ice wraith, slithering through the air in your direction. And I think that's going to conclude Shibello's turn.
Yes. And I mean, he would have summoned his wasp to come this way too.
Yep. So the wasp is gonna spend its turn buzzing through the air in your direction to try and come to your aid. I think it
All right.
it has actually 50 feet of fly speed, so it's actually gonna go straight into the torrent of these advancing spirits, and that's gonna be its turn. Eulogy, you're up. Oleander, you're on deck.
All right. Eulogy is going to shout out to Shibello on his little broomstick, and he's going to say, Shibello, that fire may not have come from Regathiel, but it was every bit as sexy. And give him bardic inspiration.
Thank you.
Yeah, because he's next going to start running away from those things. So, the least he can do. And yeah, so after shouting out these words of encouragement, Eulogy is going to take a move action at his double hasted speed, and so it's if we go more than half speed, we make a check, or we make a check no matter, or it's half speed no matter what, and a check.
That's right. So you have to make a check no matter what to avoid falling down.
Okay. All right. So I guess so he'll attempt to take the 30 feet of movement, and he will make acrobatics check to do so. Yes, correct, right? Plus a D4.
Yes.
And I will make it look even cooler. Yeah. Okay.
All right. Yes.
All right. So that's 30 feet. He's going pretty quick, and as he does, he's carrying his base loot, and he's going to be stretching out his fret hand, and then as he gets to the final space here, he's going to lay into another shatter, targeting the area that had been getting fucked up by the dwarven thrower.
Oh,
this one's gonna be level 2. If it comes through.
DC 16. Okay.
And yeah, Eulogy's curious what happens to the crystal and what happens with what's her face.
Yeah, so she succeeded on her save, and so she is still going to take half damage. So
and I guess to clarify, I targeted the ice beat up by the dwarven thrower, but she's making it.
So you're targeting the ice again as of not her actual form. Okay, got it.
Right. Yes.
So then she doesn't even get a saving throw. The ice just boom. The ripples of cracks through this whole left side of the crystal. A lot of those cracks intensify at the very peak of this outcropping on the western side. The top portion of the ice crystal breaks free and tumbles down with a crash as it slams into the icy floor below, and you know, Sagan, perhaps looking in the direction of Arariel, you'd see her wincing yet again with this attack.
All right, and then the hasted action is just going to be Eulogy really enjoying the fact that he's moving so quickly and shattering shit, and he's able to be real loud, and he's like, I don't gotta be quiet for no reason. And so he's gonna cast another shatter at 2nd level, targeting just that very same area. So he's just blasting. Ooh.
So I don't think you can actually cast a second shatter spell, even with haste.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Balls! Never mind. Is that because it's leveled?
Yeah, it's a leveled spell, and if you look at the haste spell, it actually the extra things you're allowed to do with that extra action are attack, disengage, dash, hide, or use an object. Casting spells is not an option.
Ah, gotcha. Okay, in that case, he's just like, oh yeah, I love running, and so he's going to, he is going to, take another move action.
All right.
So another acrobatics check, yes?
No, you already succeeded on your acrobatics check, so you can just continue your movement.
All right, so Eulogy is going to get right up on Auroriel's ass.
Okay. This is the bravest I've ever seen Eulogy get. All right, I like it. Okay, so and is that the end of Eulogy's turn?
Yes, it is.
All right, so that'll turn the turn over to Oliander. Ulfgar, you're on deck. Say again? Yeah, I would say he is, yes.
I'm very threatening.
Oliander will turn towards her form, crossbow out, fire off a bolt.
Fire off a bolt, okay. See it? Where is it? 5. So a 12. A 12 does. You do have bless, so you have a D4. So a total of 14. Okay, so don't you have advantage because she's threatened? No. Okay, so a 14 is not gonna hit. So you let loose your crossbow bolt, and it ricochets off of one of the sort of icy outcroppings from her shoulder as it clatters against her, and you hear the sound of the metal scraping on her icy shoulder. All right. Go ahead and give a stealth check. And all right, a 21. That's a solid roll. Okay, so you hide. Let's give you a little stealth icon here. I don't know which one's supposed to be the stealth icon, so I'm just going to use this one. All right. So you bonus action hid. You used your attack action, and did you also move? All right. So Oliander, and then Ulfgar. So Ulfgar turns back to you. Sagan, you're on deck. But Ulfgar, yeah, once again, you find yourself within this crystal, this ice bubble. What are you gonna do?
Yeah, I guess just as a point of clarification, to make sure I understand what you described to Virgil earlier, I can't see anything outside, correct? I'm just in this ice,
That's
and
correct.
I can't see any of the surroundings. Okay.
That's correct. As far as you can tell, you're just encased in a thick sheet, a dome or a sphere of ice.
Okay. Well, since he had seen this happen to his friend Virgil before, Ulfgar, I think, has a pretty decent idea of what's going on to him right now, so he is going to simply lower himself down on one knee. He is going to grab his anvil pendant that he wears, the symbol of Torag, and he is going to begin muttering a prayer in Dwarven as he says, All Father, please help me escape this icy prison, as my work towards advancing the glory of the stout folk in this life is not complete. And he will just continue to fervently ask for Torag's help.
Okay. Okay. Got it. Okay, so as you kneel down in this sphere of ice, you feel. Wow. Okay. You feel the cold of the ice as you kneel down. The cold sort of seeps up through your leg, and you take. You take 25 points of cold damage, and as you kneel there, sort of beseeching the Forge Father, the Father of Creation, Torag, for aid, you sense nothing. At the end of your turn, you get to go ahead and make a charisma saving throw.
Sounds good.
What?
Yeah, no, bless isn't gonna help. All right, so the events taking place within this floating ice crystal, sort of unbeknownst to everyone else, Eulogy, having kind of walked up on Arariel there in front of you, she at the end of Ulfgar's turn, she looks down at you. She's kind of towering over you, right? So she looks down at you and she says, "Back up. You will bow next." And she lets sort of loose a ripple of icy energy that flurries out in all directions for 30 feet around her. Ooh, look at that, Sagan, just out of reach. Okay, good for you.
Nice.
Perfectly positioned.
Eulogy, however, is not so lucky, and Eulogy, you are going to take. Oh, look at that! 4 points of cold damage.
Okay.
Not bad.
I
Not
can
bad.
deal.
You could do a lot worse.
Eulogy will respond, and he'll like wince at the cold initially, and then he'll just say, "Oh, so being a demigod is basically just trying to be a god but failing, right?"
Yes, I see the flames of the battle angel in your heart too, little one. Don't worry, it goes out quick.
All right.
Ooh. Nice timing with the music on that.
So then that's the end of Ulfgar's turn. Then on her turn, she is going to see if this. Oh my God! Why? Okay. She has one option that she is going to use because it's her best thing, and she is going to hold her hand out in your direction, Eulogy.
Okay.
And
Is this an attack roll, perhaps? Just out of curiosity.
it is not.
Okay,
It's not
good.
attack.
I didn't want it to be.
What it is a flurry of snowflakes conglomerating at the tip of her reach into a fine icy gem, much like the ones you've seen come before.
No.
And Eulogy, I'm going to need a charisma saving throw from you.
Okay.
Portent. I'm calling it.
Ooh, with his portent. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So what does Eulogy roll then?
19.
Oh. Okay.
Wait, what does this do? I'm not sure. Can you throw it in the virtual tabletop?
I don't know. I don't think so. Is there a way for me to put it in the virtual?
It basically is just he just gets to like replace roles with like predetermined roles that he did that he like got earlier.
Yeah. So we cut to the perspective of Sagan, just a mere 30 feet away from Eulogy, and Sagan, you see the outstretched hand of the Brittle Maiden held out towards Eulogy, and in an instant you sense, I saw this moment before. And what Sagan saw was that of Eulogy standing defiantly before the Brittle Maiden, unharmed and uncaptured by her spell.
Yes.
Ooh.
I did see that.
So Eulogy, the Brittle Maiden, she holds this gem aloft, and you feel this kick up of cold air around you, but it is beaten back by a retort of flames that sort of erupt around your person, and as these flames erupt around you, what you don't see, but what Sagan sees, what Virgil sees, what Anaji sees, what Oliander sees, are 5 flaming wings spreading out from your back as you stand defiantly before this goddess of ice.
Yes.
Nice.
All right.
Badass.
Hell yes. And that, that's going to be the Brittle Maiden's turn, and she senses exactly what happened here, and sort of retracting her hand from the gem held aloft, it falls unceremoniously down to the icy floor between you and clatters as it does, and the Brittle Maiden steps back and she says, "In due time, little one." And as she steps back, she swirls up into a mist and disappears from before you, Eulogy.
Yeah. You're scared.
Good job, Eulogy.
And
Oh, thank you.
she reappears on yet a different outcropping from the central icy sort of crystal ice formation in the center of the chamber. Once again, about I think she's more like 35 feet up in the air this time, but she reappears over there as her lair action. Sagan, that turns it over to you, my friend. Virgil, be prepared. You're on deck.
Okay. Sagan knows exactly what to do in this scenario and casts Melf's Minute Meteors at the
nice.
ice structure.
What? Okay.
Hell yeah.
All right. So, the minute meteors. Okay. I need to double check the wording of the spell real quick. Is this being cast from your ring?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. 6 tiny meteors. They float in the air when you cast the spell. Okay. So you can expend 1 or 2. So how many you expended? 2?
Yes.
Each creature. So once the meteor hits. Okay, creature takes 2d6 on a failed save, perhaps much on a successful. Okay, so this 2d6, that's just one of your minute meteors. So you have 6 that are conjured, floating in the air, sort of orbiting around you, and you let loose 2 of them. And so each one can do 2d6 damage, requiring dexterity saving throw, DC 14. Got it. Okay. Saving throw, dexterity. Okay, so she saves on the first one, taking half damage, which in this case, because it's fire damage, she actually takes full damage.
All right. So then I do another 2d6, right?
That's right. Yep. So go ahead and roll a second time. She's going to get another saving throw for the second meteor, which she does succeed again. So she takes full 6, so 10, and then 6 points of damage.
Wait, I thought I was shooting at the ice structure. Is that not possible with minute meteors?
I'm sorry. Yes, I thought you were shooting at her. If
No,
you're shooting at the
buddy.
ice crystal, then it gets no saving throw. You hit it, and yes, that is the better target. I don't know why I'm not assuming that target. So the ice crystal then, it automatically fails its saving throw. It takes the full 10 points of fire damage, doubled because it's ice and it's vulnerable. So it doubles to 20 on your first meteor and 12 on your second. Nice.
Oh, hell yeah.
Ooh.
Sweet. And then wait, do I do...
Which?
Oh, no, I can do 2. I get 2. That's right.
Yep, you get
Cool.
up to 2 at a time. And so Sagan, you conjure these meteors, and taking one in your right hand, you let it fly, and it boom, and with a crack, you hear the entire structure of this massive ice crystal, a kind of a ripple of splintering. Wends its way through the entire structure, and seeing the opportunity, you scoop up a second meteor and let loose much the same as you did the first. When the second one slams into the ice crystal, the entire structure is shattered.
Yes.
Oh yeah, Sagan.
Yes, I've done
with
it.
a crash, a cacophony of sound, the ice structure comes, piece by piece, falling to pieces. It crumbles all around. I am gonna need to make a dexterity saving throw for a Naji, to avoid being crushed under the weight of these falling ice. He succeeds with a 25.
Could you imagine? Oh,
Bam.
he's a buried underneath a bunch of ice.
That would be something else. But he leaps. Anaji leaps, a solid 15 feet clear as the mass of the crystal comes sort of crashing down in on itself, and the entire structure falls. I wish I had an alternate view of this map that I could show with it gone, but I don't.
Nice.
Awesome. So let me just make a quick adjustment here to do this. Sight, none, and light, none. Okay. Bam, done. All right. So, with the crystal fallen, you see sort of wrapped up in the fallen debris, the Brittle Maiden herself, clattered down with the structure onto the ground, brought low from her high perch up above. She is prone amidst the rubble.
How you like them peaches?
All right. Sagan, anything else on your turn?
Sagan will take a beat to soak in the carnage he has wrought.
I like it. All right. And with that beat, is that going to end your turn?
That is true. My turn has ended.
All right. So, after Sagan's turn, in the aftermath of this crystal collapsing down in on itself, you all hear in your minds, "How dare you? How dare you?" And there's this almost like mind-piercing sound that you and feeling that you feel cut through your telepathic senses, and I need to check something. What's the distance here? So where the Brittle Maiden lies in the midst of the crystals, anyone within this radius that I've just highlighted, except for Oliander, you're not actually in the line of this sphere. I think Shibello, unfortunately, you are. I need dexterity saving throws from all of you. So I see Virgil, I see Sagan, Anaji.
So you're saying with my 20 feet in the air, I still need one?
Yes.
Okay. Cool. Dexterity saving throw.
Bless.
You do have bless. Don't forget your blesses.
Wait,
Nice.
how much is the bless worth? +1?
I accidentally rolled a check.
Actually does not have bless, unfortunately.
Oh, this is, yeah. Rough go of it.
But thanks for saving me.
Okay, so Sagan,
problem.
yeah, unfortunately it looks like Sagan is going to fail, Anaji failed, Shibello failed. Let's see, let's just see
Whoa.
You got 20. You got 20.
A 20, Shibello failed. Virgil
Nice.
I'm not
failed.
done. I have bless.
Yeah. So
Or you mean Bardic Inspiration?
it looks...
Oh yeah, I do have
you
Bardic Inspiration too.
You do have Bardic Inspiration.
God damn it.
You know what?
Very inspiring.
Shibello, you succeeded.
Oh yeah.
Yes. Oh, I love knowing Bardic Inspiration makes a difference.
All right. So, as this takes place, there is an explosion of ice shards that shoot out in every direction. It's much like the small winged ice creature that you all fought on the upper level. When it in sort of its death throes, it's shattered. Much the same happens here. All the little pieces of the fallen ice crystal begin to, and the shards of sharp ice that shoot out in every direction catch you all, except Shibello, who takes half damage, and that is going to be... Oh, that's not the correct thing. Give me a second. Sorry. 2, 3. Okay. You all... Wow! Yes! Good! So you all only take 14 points of damage. And
What type of damage?
it's going to be cold damage. Or excuse me, actually it's piercing damage. My bad. So piercing, 14 points of piercing damage. Shibello, you take half as much because of your successful save.
Sweet.
What was that?
I just said sweet.
Sweet. All right. So so as these shards erupt, there's sort of a cacophony of explosive, clattering and shattering that reverberates through the chamber, and Oliander from on high, you would look down and see that much of that crystal has been shattered into countless pieces, and as the dust settles, you see in the midst of still a couple of chunks there in the center, the Brittle Maiden beginning to pull herself back up to her feet. That's going to turn it to the Ice Wraiths, which are going to take their turn here, and they are going to blow right through this guy. Let's see if it even waylays them. So freeze. Attack. Normal. hit, dealing the wasp quite a lot of damage. Okay. 2d8. Yeah. Okay. So the wasp is completely engulfed. Shibello, as you sort of are regaining your bearings after this explosion and having dodged the countless ice shards that exploded out, you turn your back and see these ice rays begin to barrel their way forward, and they just sort of consume the wasp in their wake. As the first one, the advanced one, kind of slithers and writhes its way around you, and the second one comes to follow. They both come around. That is going to mean that you are going to take an attack roll here. With a 23, at disadvantage. I need to do disadvantage. Which still hit. I think a 23 hits you, right?
Gosh, yeah.
Okay, 23 hits you. So you, my friend, are unfortunately going to take minus 9. Okay, so you're going to take 27 points of cold damage. As this.
As a reaction, Shibello will cast. As he feels the cold start welling in him, he'll cast Absorb Elements to gain resistance to cold damage.
Perfect. So half of 27 is going to be 13. So you take 13 points of cold damage as the ice wraith sort of on your back. You feel it sort of lurch out, and one of its icy fangs grabs hold of you. I need a dexterity saving throw to maintain your balance on your broom here.
Dexterity saving throw. Plus.
Yep. All right, so that brings you up to 14. Okay, Shibello, you are tossed free from your broom, and you plummet down to the icy floor below. As you are lurched.
That actually may work out for me.
Minus
Good.
20.
Like the optimism.
Yes, the optimism is great. So Shibello,
He's
you
now
take
20 feet above me.
an additional 2d6 falling damage from falling 20 feet down. So another 8 points of bludgeoning damage would be from the falling. So Shibello comes clattering down to the ground below. But hey, you're no longer surrounded on all sides by these creatures.
Exactly. That's the way I see it.
That is until they take the rest of their move actions to swirl down to your level.
That's a lot of movement, I'm just going to say.
They do unfortunately have a lot of movement now. All right. But that will conclude their turn. And so, Virgil, that's going to take it back to you. Shibello, you are on deck. He is currently in the stone. Yes. There's no concentration. Virgil?
Let's see. Is the ice thing in the middle still pulsing or no?
No, that entire ice crystal has been shattered into, a million tiny pieces.
Okay.
And I should go ahead and drop this because I don't want to need it. Sorry. So, Virgil, on your turn, what do you do?
As a bonus action, I am going to go ahead and do a Hex against the Ice Goddess. And then, and I pick Strength or whatever it wants me to.
What?
Yeah, it'll have disadvantage on ability checks made with Strength.
Oh, Hex. Gotcha. Okay, sorry. Yeah, I was not following.
Oh, anyway, I cast Hex on the thing, and then I will cast Eldritch Blast at the goddess.
Okay,
Demi-goddess.
So she's currently prone. So you, as a ranged attack, you have slight disadvantage. She's like, half, lying in the midst of large ice shards. So it's not sort of super easy to hit her. Just want to let you know that in case that affects your.
And what is the terrain like? Can I just get to her?
The terrain is actually more difficult than it was before. I mean, functionally it's the same, but it's quite rough terrain to get to her.
Well. In that case, instead, I want to do a Hexblade's Curse against one of the Ice Wraiths.
Okay.
And turn that on. And then I'll cast Eldritch Blast against one of the Ice Wraiths.
All right, sounds good. Go ahead and I guess any particular one of the two that you want to target?
The closer one.
Okay. So go ahead and roll your Eldritch Blasts.
Yes.
All right. So the first, definitely hits with the first one. Dealing. Now, and I'll give you the option. Basically, with your Regathian blessings, you can functionally, unlike you've been able to do before, you sense that you can kind of transition your Eldritch Blast between force and fire damage. So you can kind of choose what you want it to be.
Flame it up, baby.
All right. So with flame, that first one hits for I see 12 points of damage, which is going to double. Well, I guess the Hexblade's Curse. Yeah. Okay. So the Hexblade's Curse damage is necrotic. Yeah.
No. Instead of doing the Hex spell, Hexblade's Curse just adds 3 more damage to roll, so it just increases. It's just a bonus to the damage that you did.
I'll call it fire damage, and we'll roll with that. Damage. Yep, vulnerabilities. Okay. All right, so you hit for 24 points of damage, or 12 doubled. Okay, with your first Eldritch Blast, and I think you got a second one. You can cast. Okay, a 5, a 14. So that your second blast, as you do have bless, yep, 17. Okay, so it still misses. So as your second Eldritch Blast sort of streaks through the air, the roiling eel-like rays.
I want to use my. I'm going to use an inspiration to reroll the attack roll then.
Okay, go for it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Roll better. Roll better.
10. Damn it.
That's a little better. Bless.
Say reroll the bless or just use the bless from before?
I think you can.
Technically.
I mean, I gotta.
Reroll.
Yeah, I go ahead and reroll it.
Come on, 4.
Come on, 4.
We're on 4.
2.
That's
Okay.
less than 4.
Yeah. So unfortunately, yeah, it still misses with the inspiration, as the ice wraiths sort of dance through the air around Shibello. All right. Anything else to round out Virgil's turn?
That's it for Virgil.
Okay. And I'm realizing that I think I skipped Anaji. So Anaji on his turn, I'm just going to do that real quick because I don't want to shortchange you guys of his benefits and abilities. He is going to cast. He's going to lift his trident up, and he's going to step forward behind you here, Virgil, and seeing the sort of like frigid, near frozen state that you are in. He's going to cast Cure Wounds on you at a 4th level spell slot. And, ooh, fantastic. As he does so, he's going to heal you for 20 points of HP. He's also going to heal himself as he does so, and sort of Virgil, as you turn around, you see the hand of Anaji suffusing sort of positive energy into your body, and the extremities, your freezing fingers that you could have sworn were about to fall off while you were in that ice sphere. You feel the movement in them. Sort of returning.
Thank you, friend. That's much better.
All right. So that'll be Shibello, and I'm looking at the clock. I'm thinking maybe we finish out this round, unless you guys want to keep going.
Let's end of the round. I vote.
Yeah, we can end it round.
Yeah, that sounds nice.
Okay,
Let's
so
do it.
we'll just finish out the round and then call it there. But so Shibello, that's your turn. Eulogy, you are on deck.
Shibello wants to look something real quick. Thinking that is the case. Yes. Okay. So Shibello, with no regard for his own safety, is going to dip on out of there.
Shibello, just so you know, I think we didn't actually resolve where your broom of flying went when you fell.
He'll use a command word just to have it come to him.
Gotcha. Okay, cool.
Which is like a thing.
Yep.
So it comes back up to him. And then he's just gonna go zip on, say peace, because he does not like how close he is to these things. As he moves 30 feet, provoking whatever comes at him.
Okay, so remember you were prone when you fell. So it's going to take half.
So he's going to move 15 feet instead.
And I need an acrobatics check from you before you move.
God, motherfucker.
Yeah, I know.
Wish I had my broom back. Alright,
Acrobatics. What do we get? We get as you
bless
with your bless.
Ooh.
Good. Clutch bless. Yes.
Nice.
So you almost lose your footing, but sort of harried by the thought of Eulogy's blessing, you find your footing and are able to press on.
Words of loveliness. The move. Like I said, dealing with whatever shit comes at him. God, it is just lagging for me.
It's alright.
Looks like you moved.
Yes, you did move. So your move here, I don't think you took the disengage action, right?
Nope. He said, "Come at me,
All
bros."
right. So let's
With
see.
his cloak of displacement, so
Yep, you do have that. So, two writhing spirits of frost and cold try to lash out at you Shibello, as you roll away and dash away along the icy surface. And as you do, you sort of slide to a halt and turn around. As you evade one of them, you change direction just at the last moment to evade it. The second attack, hey yo, you evade as well. So Shibello, you sort of dancing on ice like you've never done before. You shimmy around and just in the nick of time are able to redirect your run and dodge both attacks. Nice.
and then he, pissed off, he says, "Now, back to the state of water." And he is going to roar up, trying to see if he can catch all three, a wall of fire.
Ooh.
Yes.
Nice.
Yes. Okay.
So he'll pull out his sickle and he'll like stretch it kind of like across the way. And as he's like stretching it and like going across his body, is the wall of fire starts billowing up.
Nice, good rolls too.
All right. Yes, it is going to get all of them, and they need dexterity saving throws. These guys.
And then he'll give, because I have not. No, I won't. He'll just deal with it.
Ooh, yes. She gets disadvantage because she's prone. Alright. So, and your DC is 17? Okay. So, the Ice Wraith immediately in front of you, Shibello, is caught completely unaware as the fiery magic takes effect, and this wall of flame springs into existence all at once and engulfs it. It takes 25. It takes 50 points of damage, and it is entirely consumed by those flames. The second and Arariel as well, finding themselves kind of on the outer edges of your wall. Arariel is able to sort of flip herself over and away from the edge of the flame wall, and the wraith over on this side springs itself backward to avoid the billowing heat, successfully avoiding all the damage. Arariel, however,
all of it?
takes half. Yes, Arariel takes half.
Oh, god damn, these little fuckers.
So she takes half, which actually doubles because of her vulnerability, so she takes full 25 points of damage. Oops.
Basically ghost ice rogues.
16. Okay, so she takes 25 damage. Bam, got it. All right.
And then Shibello, as his bonus action, will blast off his little Starry Archer bolt at the other Ice Wraith.
Okay.
Bada boom. Missing entirely.
Oh yes, definitely missing. So so your Starry Bolt flashes out and slams into the icy wall of the ridge just behind the Ice Wraith. if it wasn't for the billowing flames of the wall of fire, you might have hit it. So I think that ends Shibello's turn.
Yes.
All right, so that'll turn it over to Eulogy. Oliander, you're on deck.
Okay.
Also,
Question.
Virgil, do you get health from that thing dying?
I do.
Oh, yeah, so it's the hex, right? Yeah, that was the
He
hex.
does. Because it looks like you might need health.
Okay. Question, Bruce.
Yes.
When Eulogy previously used Dust of Dryness on the icy shell around Virgil, did that seem to have any effect?
It did actually. Yes, it did. It didn't. It didn't seem like that by itself acted as quickly as you might have thought it would. But I mean, as far as you saw, you added that Dust of Dryness. You saw that it was sort of like seeping its way into the little ice gem, and then shortly thereafter, boom! Right, your friend Virgil exploded out of it.
Okay, cool. That is the conclusion that Eulogy has drawn, and so Eulogy is going to first. The haste action will be. Oh wait, no, I'm sorry. Okay, first he's going to move the 5 feet, and then he will use the haste action as a use object, and he's going to sprinkle some Dust of Dryness on this little glass orb, and he's going to say to Ulfgar, "Sorry if you have any allergies. I don't know what else to do."
I'm allergic to dust.
Oh, I'm so sorry. This is gonna dry you out too. Can they actually hear each other?
No, you guys cannot.
Okay.
interact with each other.
Okay.
You're able
right.
to see in the sort of sheeny the sheen of this little gem, this icy gem. You see Ulfgar kneeling, but otherwise you guys have no ability to interact with each other.
Okay, cool. All right, so that was the 5 feet of movement, sprinkling the dust. And then Eulogy's gonna continue with the move action. Oh, and I need a acrobatics check, right?
That's right. Yep. Which you succeed. Nice.
I succeed. Even better. Okay, cool. And then, then he'll take the last movement. Okay, so that was move and haste action, and then he is going to pull out his wand of conducting. He's going to spin it up in the air, and then he is going to cast Firebolt. And when he spins it up, it's going to be kind of like this operatic vibrato saying Regathio, where it's like, Regathi! And then it'll be, yeah! As he casts Firebolt at the goddess lady.
Okay, so go ahead and do it at disadvantage.
Okay, that's the one regular. And that's the other one. So then it's
Alright.
blessed to the higher one.
So you're
20.
Okay. Well, so it's with disadvantage, so you take the lower one. But that's
Oh yeah.
a 14.
That makes sense.
So your firebolt streaks across the chamber and slams into one of the remaining chunks of the ice crystal that lay next to where Aurariel is kind of, you saw her sort of like roll over away from the wall of fire, and yeah, there she lies. But your firebolt does not hit her, unfortunately.
All right, and that is the end of his turn. And he'll yell out, "Let's get out of here!" And that's it.
That is it. All right, so that'll turn it over to Oliander. Ulfgar, you are on deck.
So, Oliander is going to fly over to the gem. Ulfgar is in, and pick it up.
You're going to try to pick up the gem. Okay, so when you grab hold of the floating gem and try to yank it out of where it is, you find that it does not yield. Where it hovers in the air, it seems to be affixed. So you like and you wrestle with it for half a heartbeat before you realize this.
Can anybody try just try to hit one of these?
No.
Right. With that in mind, Thorn is out. Just kind of stab. See what I can do.
Okay, go ahead and give an attack roll. You know, fortunately, this thing's AC is not very high. So you take your thorn of the dusk rose and you turn it edge down, tip down, and slam it down. Your blade finds purchase on just a little edge or nick in the smooth surface that has been kind of melted in by some of the dust of dryness. And so as your blade finds purchase, go ahead and deal damage. All right, I see. So 5 plus 1
Man.
plus, do we actually
Both kind of sucked.
I think so, right? Technically, Ulfgar is threatening. Okay, so with I see 5 piercing, one necrotic, and as your blade strikes the ice, it actually activates the dust of dryness, and along with that, go ahead and roll an additional 10d6.
Nice.
The spark here is the necrotic damage that you dealt, just so you know. Well, hey, yeah, you accidented your way into a fantastic effect. 10 d6s, yeah.
One at a time. Oh,
One at a time.
That's 1 d6 plus 10. So, yeah.
I really thought he was about to just roll them one at a time.
Are you kidding me?
There you go.
Nice.
All right. So with 26 additional points of necrotic damage, this ice gem that your blade slams down on, your blade actually kind of ricochets off of it as you only deal that 5 points of piercing and the 1 point of necrotic. But the 1 point of necrotic damage sparks a chain reaction with the dust of dryness as it you're not a chemist, you don't really know what's happening, but you see the dust of dryness begin to make the icy sheen of this smooth crystal watery, right? It causes the water to just it almost looks like it's just imploding on itself as you break the molecular structure of the ice, and the dust of dryness gets in there and just hoovers up all of that water contained in the ice, and in a puff of dry smoke that explodes out in every direction and into your mouth, and you get like cotton mouth all of a sudden. But when you open your eyes and you see your friend Ulfgar kneeling there on the ramp before you, restored back to this plane of existence. Still large and still in charge.
That's what I'm talking about.
He does stays large and in charge.
Alright, I'm gonna move him just slightly because he would reappear here. All right, there you go. So Ulfgar, you hear this chink as you're kneeling down. You hear this chink in the ice around you, and then all of a sudden, you look up, and the sphere that you're contained in seems to just implode on itself, and then all of a sudden, you find yourself standing back where you stood, and it'll take you a moment to sort of reorient yourself to the situation as it now stands since you got encased. But there you are. There you are. Oleander, anything else on your turn?
Am I? Foray?
Did I answer his praise?
Oleander's gonna kind of kiss himself with a board like, I don't understand. God, are you useful?
All right.
He doesn't know what I was saying. He couldn't hear the prayer. He didn't know what I was doing.
All right. So Ulfgar, that's going to take it back to you to bat at the bottom of the round.
Okay, so I guess as I sort of quickly orient myself, notice her atop the crystals prone.
So you'd see the shattered remains of this ice crystal formation that has collapsed under the I guess you didn't see what happened, but it's collapsed. You see Aurariel lying amidst its rubble, prone. You see Anaji with his trident in his hand there next to Virgil, and you see that wall of fire across the southern side of the chamber.
Yeah, so I guess right now Ulfgar is going to basically take his entire turn just moving. So I can move still with a full round action. I can move my full speed, correct? If I'm just dashing.
That's correct. Yeah, you still do need an acrobatics check, but yes.
Okay. All right. Well, let me roll this acrobatics and see if I move, baby.
Hell yes, you definitely do.
Wait a second. I even more definitely do. So Ulfgar will move himself 25 feet in this direction.
Okay.
His dwarven thrower in his hands. And that is my turn.
All right, dwarven thrower in his hands. I like it. So that's gonna round out that round. So we'll I guess maybe before we wrap up, the last thing that I would say, just because it kicks back to Aurariel at the top of the turn, is that she would stand up from where she lies amidst the rubble of this crystal, and she stands up, her proud form still sort of straight backed as she stands amidst the ruined remains of this glorious ice formation that she had sprung into existence there, and she looks at the wall of fire immediately to her left, and all of you see her. You all see her. The glowing cold blue lights in her eye sockets burn even brighter than at any point that you've seen so far, and she says, I guess I need to check this one. Let's see. Okay, good. So she says in all of your minds, she says, "This slight will never be forgotten. This slight is eternal. Be gone from here." And as she sort of crescendos her statement there, she extends her hand forward and lets lets erupt from her outstretched hand a blast of cold air that extends out in a 60-foot cone from where she stands.
Pointed behind her.
Far, far away from Sagan.
What an idiot.
All right.
Nice.
So, Ulfgar, I'm going to give you the benefit here. I'm going to say that you're just outside of its periphery. It looks
Well,
like...
thank you.
It looks like I need Virgil and Anaji with Constitution saving throws.
Plus.
Ooh. Wow, this is
Nice.
okay. So, Virgil, you fail, and Anaji critically failed.
Ooh.
No, Naji!
So that turns the table.
He
a
said,
little bit.
should I be worried about this blast? Nah, gee. And then he took full damage.
Dear God.
Oh man.
Okay, so let's roll damage here. Okay, so Virgil, you're gonna take 41 points of cold damage, which I think,
Does Naji die outright?
which I think will bring you down. Anaji is gonna take double damage. 82.
Ooh.
He's gonna take 82 points of cold damage, and so, so in the aftermath of that effect, Virgil, where does that leave you? Virgil? Oh, I guess this is updated. It looks like
I'm at 4 health.
Looks like you're at 4 health. Okay.
Nice.
So
Ooh, die.
Anaji is not at 4 health. Anaji is frozen in place with his trident in his hand, and seems to be completely encased in ice. And as the dust or as the ice settles from this effect, Arariel sort of scans and sees that Anaji is frozen in place there, and she says,
So I do get at least one trophy. The rest of you, be gone from this place.
and you see her sort of lift her head up toward the ceiling, and she says, finally,
Lest my servants get you before you leave.
and with that, she is once again going to teleport in a flurry of cold air. She's going to teleport away. This time, if anybody scans the room, she is nowhere to be found. So, you all find yourselves in this chamber. One of the ice wraiths still sort of menacingly sort of haunting back on the other side of this wall of fire. Anaji frozen, stock still. Many of you, beset by the frigidly cold effects of this ice goddess's power, will come back there next week. See how this plays out.
Nice.
Right today, boys.
All right.
I really hope Nachi's just not gone forever, because that would be very tragic.
I think it's sad. We did all this just for him to fuck off. I mean, it's sad.
I had so many things I'm looking forward to.
You know,